Okay, back with more Forza 4 today. I am going to be doing just a couple races with the assists I had last week, just to make sure I remember what the hell is going on, and so I can feel the change, and then we'll turn something off. I think this name we were thinking shifting is next to turn on. I don't know if there's something that makes more sense to turn on earlier. Watch me have just like completely lost all muscle memory from last week and crash immediately. Options and turned on the digital odometer, but I don't know if I want that. Or not odometer. Not a great start there. Tension thing as opposed to a thing that affects the way the car behaves. Game audio down a little bit. I'll do that here in a second. Right, I need to brake. That's a thing in this game. I have so much muscle memory from like kart racers that is very difficult to dispel even when I'm actively thinking about it. Just flipped on the curb there. An iconic Forza fantasy track. Okay, well, I'll do one more race after this with the current restrictions, and if you want to pick a restriction to drop, let me know, or to add. An assist to disable. Okay. Looks like the default controls for that are really weird. It's like A and B or something. B and X. Try to internalize. There's like one thing about the game feel of a simulationist racer that really distinguishes it. It's a lot of things, obviously, but I think maybe it's just the fact that it so thoroughly simulates how much the car wants to keep going forward. It's kind of hard to put yourself in that mindset. when you think of video game vehicles as just having perfect handling and acceleration all the time. Bit of trouble there. Okay, turning it down a bit. Okay. I'll try it in this one. We'll see if it's just a complete disaster. Probably going to be a complete disaster the moment I turn it on, but I'll mess around with it a bit. No, the turtle car. Okay, so we turn shifting to manual. I guess... Oh, interesting. Traction is considered. So can we use the percentage as an indicator of what the devs at least think is more complicated, but let's try this. I should fix the speedometer too. Oh, well, that is shifting down. Whoops. Okay. B is up. Okay. Great start. It's interesting that they even let you go in reverse. I'm trying. It's not going great, but I'm trying. I'm gonna try to just do it entirely based on engine sound, I guess. Oh, wow, that's not good. Yeah, can I adjust it from in here? It's not what I was expecting it to be. Can I get, so sometimes in a motorcycle, and I guess in a stick shift car, but more noticeable in a motorcycle, you can like lose speed through downshifting. Is that a legitimate thing to do here? Oof, okay. This is significantly harder. Below my transmission, it's gonna be great. I guess the thing that I wouldn't have any intuition for, essentially, like when I drive an actual stick shift in real life, I'll shift up to speed, right? And then basically just like coast to a stop. I generally don't find myself in a situation where I'm shifting down through all the different gears to get to a red light or something. But I'm guessing here you should actually downshift while going through a turn sometimes. Oh yeah, this is tough. This is tough. This is tough. Okay. Yeah, this is to be an all stream type thing. If I can even do this without rewinding constantly by the end of stream, I'll be shocked. This is actually really hard. I think I have a lot of bad habits with shifting from driving and stick shift, not in a racing context. Guys, basically need to come to almost a full stop there. This is what I was expecting in episode 1. Okay. I think that might already be in an untenable position. Let's see. Yeah, right. It's nice of them to have that. It remembers what gear I was in when it goes back. Yeah, right now I'm in the position where things are going wrong and I don't really, like, with steering I can tell, oh, okay, I need to take that less sharp, or I need to watch the racing line more, or whatever. Here it's hard for me to internalize what I'm doing wrong at each turn. It's just that, like, as I downshift, the arrow's not turning green like I expect it to. So I guess the automatic shifting was doing a lot of, like, heavy lifting for me when I was, like, lightly pumping the brakes into a turn before. Hope you enjoy the replacement of the beautiful engine sound with the sound of it sounding like I'm gonna kill my car. It's too bad there's no, like, mechanism to try to teach this, like a really, really simplified, like, stripped down track. Maybe even a single turn that they want you to practice over and over. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, once I touch the grass, it's not happening. Back. way too high of a gear. I'm gonna go a ways back to try to get back into first here. I kind of want to do this exact race with automatic on and see if I'm having similar braking problems. I think it's mostly from the shifting, not being able to do both at the same time in my mind or something. Nope, this is what you asked for when you put the game on the sheet. It's this for 30, 40 more hours. Maximize the suffering. Hey, it's not Persona. Okay. Yeah, so I do not have a handle on it at all. That's bad. Does it matter that I got a silver? It doesn't matter, right? Doesn't affect anything that I unlock or anything like that. Okay, good. Yeah, nothing matters. That's kind of the sense I got from the first episode, which is simultaneously a relief and a frustration. I liked how much everything really, really fucking mattered in Midnight Club 2, because it kind of forced me through the game mechanics to learn no matter what, right? If I wanted to see the next level, whether I was actively learning something or not, my brain had to learn it kind of passively. And here it's just, I think shame is going to be the only driving motivator. Don't be ashamed of the car sounding like shit and rewinding 4 times on every turn. Oh god, I did it again. Okay. Amazing. This part is tough for me even when I have the automatic transmission, though. It's a challenge and figuring out how to overtake without just crashing into everyone. Still drive. Yeah, you don't worry. We don't need to defend. I understand. I got it. We talked about it a lot last episode. This is as good as it's gonna get. This is the most user-friendly simulationist car game. I'll probably still say that I wish that it was better, though. I have no idea what I'm doing. This is just a complete shit show. Yeah, we are in agreement on that point. Yeah. Well, I've talked a lot on stream about games that hone in on like a niche audience kind of early and then increasingly select for that existing audience and feel like they don't have a need to try to like bring in new converts or whatever. It's actually mostly a problem with online games or live service games. I think that I've got a lot of like gripes about a game like Path of Exile, which has horrible new player onboarding, or Warframe, or Final Fantasy XIV. So it's interesting that that has kind of been a issue with these racing simulation games for much longer, and they're not live service. There's something else kind of spurring that. Yeah, I guess you can already kind of see the hints of their pivot into making these into sandboxes. This is a little bit more structured than what it sounds like the later games are like, where it's literally just an open world, go drive, bro, lol. Right? At least this one has the world tour and the event list and stuff to do, and I should try to recap some of our... We had some discussion in Discord after the last episode, so anyone watching on YouTube or on Twitch now who's not privy to that, I think it's interesting to cover some of it. So one of the senses I got from playing this last week, and it's not something that I had really realized about Gran Turismo when we played that forever ago, is that I think that this game is more of like a not in an offensive way, it's more of a toy than a game. Right, in the same way that like a flight simulator is, or like, what was that? We played like a city builder game on stream. That wasn't really a game, it was just kind of like design a fun city, but there weren't any objectives, there wasn't any structure to play, right? And that's cool. Like, I think there's definitely a market for these kinds of, hey, there's not any objectives, just, you know, have fun with it. Just kind of make your own game, right? But I think you could make a game that has this level of like physics fidelity and this roster of vehicles and this kind of approach to the core gameplay loop, and also still like have there be a game there. Thanks, Darkstar, appreciate that. This one a little bit better, but it was still kind of a nightmare. A big problem I think I'm going to have is knowing when I need to downshift. What's likely going to happen is I'm going to downshift, see that I'm in the red, and then immediately upshift back to like check that. Okay, that face is delighted, and I'm probably going to take the delighted face. That's actually the first card that looks like it has an almost feminine face. That guy kind of looks like a cool guy with sunglasses. I don't know if I like that one. He's got like a buck tooth, which is kind of dorky, which I like, but I like how like absolutely elated she is. So we're going with the Elise. Instead of always picking blue, I'll pick the color where the face is the most obvious. Okay. I think they offered this one before, but it's not... It says eligible, but it's not really eligible. So I could try switching to a shittier car. This guy's a nerd. How do I just have to look at the year the car came out to tell whether it has like good tires or whatever the fuck? What is there like a threshold year I should watch for? You just bring back the Spark and downgrade it, I guess. Let's try something different, I suppose. Ford Fiesta is pretty close to the Ford Focus I've driven, so... Okay. Well, I still need to do a significant number of hours of event list to make up for the amount of time I've spent in World Tour, right? 70s and older. Okay. We think driving a shittier car might make wrapping my head around the shifting easier. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, the game is giving me very clear feedback when I'm in too low of a gear, but I don't know what feedback I should be watching for when I'm in too high of a gear. You can tell in a, like, when you're actually in a car if your gear is too high, because, like, you're giving it gas and it doesn't feel like it's responding to the gas, like the car is not picking up and pulling forward, for lack of a better term. It's true on a motorcycle too, but I can't feel it in a video game at all. It's not as obvious of a "you're fucking up" feedback as the big red line and the screaming engine. Like, can you think of it in terms of, like, on average you're going to downshift once on every turn? Obviously that depends on the turn, right? But is there ever going to be a turn that shows that braking is required shit? Where I'll be expected to stay in the same gear despite needing to brake? You're saying you can get better performance with manual? Yeah, I'm just wondering if I can get even the barest as a general rule-ish kind of guidance here, because I have no idea what I'm doing. As a general rule, expect to downshift on brake turns, maybe. Get it, Ford Fiesta. Whoops, I wanted to look at the face on this car. He's got it. Oh, I don't think learning the tracks is going to happen. Even in 50 hours. I spent a lot of time on those tracks in Midnight Club 2 and retained nothing about them. I was reacting to individual turns every single time. I might be able to remember while I was stuck on an individual race, okay, the turn that's like 4 minutes into this is pretty hard and I need to brake early, but I think if But do you think that it would help me to understand people who are good at these games? Is that how they get good at them? Is they just practice the track so much that they just have everything memorized and don't need the racing line or whatever? Oh God. That might just be a streamer brain thing. Or even a variety streamer brain thing. I think if I was sitting on the couch and playing this game, like, you know, 3 or 4 hours a day for several weeks, I might be able to start internalizing it. But I have so much that happens even just resetting in between games. I don't have a lot of RAM anymore. This is definitely going better in this car. So going to a shittier car was definitely good advice. I'd like to get to the point where I'm not having to look in the bottom right corner constantly, though. That doesn't feel great. Is there any way I can gauge... Downshifting will have me already in the red. Like, if it's between 5 and 6, does that mean don't downshift because you're already going to be in the red or something? Deal. Fuck. Okay. A lot of my problems here are just kind of descending from having to keep my eye on the bottom right and not look at the racing line now. Trying to, like, when I ask for, like, is there a general rule, I know the answer is it depends on the car and the situation. You got to get a feel for it. But, like, right now I have 0 information. I'm trying to have 0.1 information, right? So even if that information is broadly inaccurate and is going to fail me later, just going from knowing nothing to knowing something would be helpful. To learn more about vehicle dynamics at lower speeds, things happen slower. There's more time to interpret what's happening and process why it's happening. Makes sense. That's good advice. So we want to stay on stuff that's shitty tier. Need to, like, put in a mod for the game. This is what you would do if you had a more video gamey, like, simulation racer game. Have a mod where the car literally explodes if you're in the wrong gear for too many seconds, right? Teach you to not be in the wrong gear difficulty setting. I feel like there's, like, an insane amount of design space in this for, like, level design and challenge design and stuff like that, where you can still, the focus is to be simulationist, but you're trying to teach a player to get them to take all their training wheels off eventually. Does damage apply to fucking up with shifting as well? That's funny. But, like, how does there, like, a big on-screen you just fucked up your car thing, or am I gonna have to feel the damage as well? The sound is gonna be bad or something. Okay, that might be helpful then. I can turn that on. Games like Forza don't have the attention to difficulty design and, like, easing a player into something in the way that a game like even Guitar Hero does, though, right? Like, there's still so many different things that could affect the true difficulty of what you're experiencing beyond just the, like, assist that you've disabled, the speed of the car you're driving, the course that you're driving on, right? That's where you would have, like, a curated mode that mixes those things in the right order so that you're always like, it's getting harder for the same reason every time, right? I think part of the reason I was having so much trouble on that first track that I loaded in on with the Land Rover was because the turns themselves were quite difficult. It wasn't the shifting necessarily. Please don't leave. Here's a Ferrari in the first 20 minutes. Yeah, I feel like they need to like make that stuff super late game. I think that was kind of, we've seen that in some of the other non-simulationist arcade racers you put on, that you don't get the sports cars until you've been playing the game for like 15, 20 hours, right? I think that's good for games, but I get they do this like, we don't want people to quit before they get to the good part, so we have to give them the good part immediately. It's like, that's not always good. I just need to suffer with this for the whole stream to get a sense of, just to kind of get in the habit of having to press B and X constantly. Buttons my thumbs didn't need to be anywhere near before. I need to go further back. Can't negotiate that turn. So those cars are trying to follow the racing line. So, in real life, driving stick, I don't think I've ever seen the RPM line go into the red in my life, unless if it was like a huge accident. Is that just a racing rule that you should start shifting once it's in the red? Or is shifting between 5 and 6 acceptable? When it hits the red. That's a speed thing though, okay. See, I always interpreted the red as a layperson driver to mean if it's in this, your car is about to explode. You should not be in this for any reason ever. I guess the stick shift car I had was a Nissan Versa hatchback. That was also like over 10 years ago, so. Gotcha. If I'm overly expecting that I should just spend all my time in the red, that might be causing me more problems here with trying to apply my real-world muscle memory. Like, there is fine. Maybe it'll eventually help for me to understand why we have gear shifting in the first place. Like, this is another one of those things where I like kind of abstractly get it and I know it well enough to be able to operate a vehicle with gears, including like a bicycle. Because like if I imagine a bicycle, when you shift on a bicycle, you're making the chain go around. Is it bigger or smaller gears so that the wheel, the chain has, is it more or less distance to travel? You're gonna have to help me out here. Like, I kind of conceptually understand, okay, when I'm going faster, it's helpful to be in a higher gear or whatever. It's gonna be in a lower gear to get power, but I don't actually know why that is. Ratio between the gears and the bike that matters. Okay, so if I see the red line bouncing, you're too late. I understand, that's helpful, thank you. I think I should just race on this track forever. There is a tough turn here. There I can just kind of practice being in the right part of the red for as much of the race as possible. I don't know if this is actually the easiest race for that though. The front gear is how much power you're using. The rear gear is how much power you're pushing into the wheels. The larger the front gear, the more the movement of your legs puts into the chain. The smaller the rear gear, the more that power is translated to how fast the rear wheel turns. And is it a similar principle with gears in a car? See, this is where it would be really great to have like a science fair level experiments. Have you ever done the thing where they like to show you about conservation of angular momentum? They'll like have you spin around in a seat, but you'll be like holding a wheel in your hand that's spinning. that's a really powerful tool to help you kind of quickly get an intuition or something. I feel like I'd have to go like get a bicycle and mess around with it to try to physically intuit what's happening. The more RPM there is, the more horsepower you're using. You want to be using an optimal amount of power for the speed that you're traveling. Okay. Oh, that sounds really cool. Do you know, is the Lego model still for sale? I've been doing some Legos recently. I'd honestly be interested in buying it. I think a lot of this Forza stream is going to be me admitting my ignorance on some topic that I kind of abstractly grasp well enough to be able to like interact with it in real life. Neither of these have great faces. This guy kind of looks like a sumo wrestler. Let's go with the sumo wrestler guy. Less so from the front. Those like painted samurai faces. Right on. I built the Dominic Toretto's car from Fast and the Furious recently. But that doesn't have any like complex, the wheels turn and it drives around like a toy car, but there's a little removable top so you can put the Dom minifig with his crowbar for murdering people in there if you want to. Yeah, if you find anything, let me know. I'd be interested. That kind of thing is up my alley. I can see if Andrea's done anything for it as well. This is a like complete, like utter black hole in my knowledge and schooling. I've never had any course either in my own hobbies or in my own education to have explored anything about how cars work beyond the absolute bare minimum I need to know in order to operate them to get to the grocery store. So, but I think that having some level of that understanding might help me here, because I'm operating on abstraction, right? I'm operating on the abstraction of when the line is in the red, press the B button. And that might not be enough in some cases to understand why the line being in the red is a bad thing, for example. Probably should turn on damage soon. I'll do that. Part of the Discord conversation was centered around, this name was talking about a kind of decades-long frustration that this genre has been so there's all this design space for a gamey game, right? So I guess I should be careful. Like when I say gamey, I don't mean arcadey, where like most of the mechanics are abstracted, or that it has crazy non-realistic stuff like Burnout, smashing cars into the walls and turning them into pancakes. Gamey is in structured with a lot of objectives and with a lot of gating to intentionally teach you mechanics. It doesn't have a lot of level design, right? And it seems like there are basically no simulation racing games that have level design, which is like really surprising because the games have so many dials you can turn, like design dials you can turn, that there's like an insane amount of design space to make a video gamey, less sandboxy, less toy-y simulation racer, right? Where you can have the ultimate objective is to get good enough at the game that, you know, you can turn off all those dials and just drive around and be good at driving. Not the red on the racing line 6-gun. I'm experimenting with manual transmission now, and I'm very bad at it. So the red is bad. Sure, yeah. Like, the way we design levels for like a platformer or a Metroidvania or an RPG or whatever has advanced significantly, theoretically, not really for RPGs, in decades. But racing has kind of been stuck doing the same thing for a long time. Safe example without actual math. If the front gear on the bike is 2 times larger than the rear gear, pushing the pedals around once in a circle rotates the rear wheel twice. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. If the front gear is 3 times larger than the rear gear, pushing the pedals around once will rotate the rear wheel 3 times, and you have to put more force into your legs to pedal. So the connection I have to make is, but if the wheel is already turning quickly on its own, we're benefiting from the fact that you're already at speed, right? Like if I could will a game into existence, even just based on Forza 4, like the number of level concepts I could come up that are just trying to like stress test the extremes of each of the different variables on the car. Here's a car where the, you know, traction control is comically bad, right? Or comically good. Here's a car where the steering assist is at Mario Kart level. Here's one where it's at no power steering level or something, you know what I mean? Like, but instead, I think that ends up getting represented in the form of the different like manufacturers, cars, and like tiers, but it's not extreme enough to teach me in a lot of cases. You're already at speed, the engine, in case your legs physically cannot keep up maintaining the speed on a lower gear ratio. Wheels are spinning faster than the engine can physically match the given gear ratio. Okay, I see what you're saying. It would be really cool, even if they didn't have to make like crazy fantasy cars with ridiculous extremes, if, right, it was structured in such a way that, okay, here's a level where we really want to teach you about traction, and so we're going to give you the car that has the worst traction in the game or something, right? And we're going to give you a turn that is so extreme that it makes you understand it. Like you could probably make hundreds of thousands of levels just based on the insane number of variables that they have to tweak and to teach the player. And it's like, it's wild to me that doesn't exist. Or doesn't exist at the level of robustness you would expect from other genres of game, right? You'd have like game designers like frothing at the mouth to have that many knobs to turn in terms of coming up with unique levels and things for the player to fuck around with. Gran Turismo does stuff with license tests, doesn't make them that interesting or work in the context of the full game. Yeah, I crave the I see what you did there or I see what you're trying to show me effect. Like, I can even enjoy the I see what you're trying to show me effect when I'm doing poorly. It's not just like I need to succeed. Like, I would even love to spectacularly fail if you can demonstrate to me this is why you're failing, right? Which is what I think good level design can accomplish. And I think you can probably make, I haven't done much of the license. I think we did like a couple license test things in Gran Turismo 3 when we played it on stream forever ago. I don't remember it well enough to comment on it, but... yeah. There's a gear ratio that's optimal for outputting force. Yeah, okay. I'll stay on shitty cars for as long as the game will let me here. Oh, are these arranged? No, fuck. I hate the way this screen is arranged. I hate it. Even this screen... Make it so the entire top row is F or something. Like, is there any logic to this screen at all? It's just a bunch of boxes. The left chunk is weird. Okay, hold on. Let me try to understand. F, 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 E, 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 E. Wait, no. Now we're in R3. A and S. All right, it's fine. I'll just pick this one. Trying to find the thing you just picked up in Dark Souls 2. What's the logic that governs it? Like, is it able to be stated? Ordered by class within each category, which is by column on most of that. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for using the extreme example, Scarf. That helps me to understand better. I learn well by like trying to reach for an extreme hypothetical, understand it at the level of the extreme hypothetical, and then ask, okay, well, how does reality differ from that, right? I'm a big fan of the lie to children model of teaching. The top row ones above F don't have F for that category. Okay, I'm gonna study it again when we get back into that screen. I want to understand it. I wouldn't say it's like a poorly organized screen. It's just like, it's a screen that doesn't care what I think about it, right? Which is kind of like, I guess, the attitude of the genre, which is really interesting. What, you're here to play a racing game? Here's a bunch of races. You can make them all have check marks. You'll figure it out. Forget about it. Uh-huh. Oh, I think a portion of this being on the voting system is a please God, somebody else feel my pain about racing games. And I think I've already played it up that I can kind of feel where you're coming from, even as somebody who's not like a super enthusiast. It's like you actively want this content, you want it so bad, and it's just Now granted, I haven't played anything past Forza 4, right? So I only can imagine the problems you've described with like the more modern Forza games, but I can already kind of see the beginnings of problems here. Yeah. Okay, hates subblocking something. You want to throw it on there? It could. I mean, I don't mind. Sometimes that can be fun. Like, what the fuck is this? Just for context, do it for like an hour. So that's enough to realize. It shows open world level design. Yeah, it's actually a problem that's like surprisingly difficult to articulate too, because I imagine that there's a lot of people who already like these games and are fine with them and just pick them up and then drive them around. They have a good time, you know. And you'll say like, "Oh my God, what the fuck is wrong with Forza?" And they're like, "What are you talking about, bro? You just drive. It's fun. Chill out. Just have fun and drive." It's like, but it could be better. I don't want to settle for this. I could chill and drive, and I could play a video game, and I could have both. Really, really interesting. And trying to like unpack why is it like this? Why is it the way it is? It sounds like the answer is just that the under the hood math to make the game just work is way out of the reach of an indie developer, right? Because like normally this kind of demand gap would be addressed by an indie dev being like, "Oh, fuck it, I'm just gonna make it myself. I'm gonna make my dream racing game that I've always wanted to make." But it's sort of like you have all the indie devs who are like, "I'm gonna make my dream MMO," because MMOs are bad. But like the barrier to entry to make an MMO is so impossibly huge that an indie dev, it's not possible for like one person, let alone a small team of like 10 people to manage. Forza Horizon wanted a good structure. They kept getting more and more sandboxy to pick up and play people. Right, yeah. I wonder, I was asking about this in Discord, I wonder if at some point this can get reverse engineered, like the fact that games like this are finally able to be emulated now. We might be able to figure out and steal it, and we're not going to be able to do the licensed cars, right? I feel like that's just a lost cause. But even if you had a Schmorscha and a Schmord and a Schmevy and a bunch of, you know, barely legally distinct cars, I don't think that's necessarily a deal breaker for the people who want a simulationist racing game with great level design. I got Andrea taco slippers, but I gave them to her early so that she could actually enjoy them while it was cold out, instead of in the middle of February. Yeah, maybe it'll happen. Maybe it'll start with modding, right? Like maybe people will be able to cut their teeth modding the game and find out how to steal the physics, essentially. because I think there's several things we can probably decouple from this, right? We can probably decouple photorealism. Like, I don't see why these physics couldn't work if you had like a very cartoony, you know, PS1 looking game, heavily stylized game. And you don't need the brand name cars necessarily, although I understand the draw of that. Pressure from the most vocal enthusiasts, they just want a super authentic experience to play multiplayer. Yeah. That's where I can see them biasing towards a sandbox approach of like, okay, well, we can just make this with an online multiplayer over and over, and people will play it because they're just going to race and have fun with their friends, and it's going to be fine, right? We don't need to do anything beyond that. So I guess for that crowd that wants an authentic experience, though, like, they're mostly at the table for the brand names and for the photorealism. And it's like, let's see. Oh, this guy looks kind of angry, but he looks kind of looks like a Sonic the Hedgehog character. We might take this guy. This guy's like narrowing his eyes. Too normal of a face. Too boring. Very happy, but I just got an extremely happy car. I kind of want the narrowed eyes, pissed off guy. Go with him. Yeah, you have a casual audience who doesn't play enough to see the problems, and the enthusiasts who power past the problems and the canyon we live in between the two. Kart racing game called Motor Tune Grand Prix served as a prototype proof of concept for the first Gran Turismo's physics. Interesting. Yeah, well, you can think of a lot of games that bring a lot of things to the table that maybe serve different audiences, and a game that's like really feels like it was made for you is one where you are a member of all of those audiences simultaneously, right? So like, it sounds like there's a very large portion of the racing sim enthusiast community who are at once in the audience for brand name cars and photorealism and amazing vehicle simulation that's like super complicated under the hood, right? And it seems like many of the ones who are currently enjoying the genre don't care as much about the like game design, level design part of it. They just want the sim part. But like you can theorize a group of people who want amazing game design and level design and who are interested in the realistic shit, forgot which button was shift. The realistic physics. But like it's a demand gap at the moment. That audience exists, but nobody is currently serving it. Okay, I think if I just do this shifting thing all stream, I'll eventually start to maybe sort of get a hang of it. I'm not there yet. I still have a lot of problems with turns. I don't know how far I have to downshift, if I have to downshift. I actually don't know how punishing it is to experimentally downshift just to see what happens to the speedometer. That's a tachyometer, right? Try to use the right terms and not make people cringe. It's showing RPMs. Yeah, exactly. Without a voting system, I am entirely perpendicular to the discourse. Exactly. I don't play this for 5 hours and go, oh wow, there's a gap here. Yeah, so how do you even find the person who would like a game like that when they don't even know that sim racers could be for them if they were just tweaked a little bit? Don't know what I'm doing. 8 laps though. I guess it's like video games feel maybe not unique among media, right? You can imagine like there being lots of different overlapping audiences for a fantasy book. Like maybe there's people who really like the book because they like the world building, and people who really like the book because they like the characters, people who really like the book because they like the magic mechanics, right? There could be all kinds of things that are drawing people to the series, and you could belong to any one of those audiences. But like, just because there's a lot of overlapping audiences for a piece of literature doesn't like increase the barrier to entry for a writer to write that book. It's still just putting words to page, you know what I mean? But here there's all these other barriers to making a competent video game that you can't even be sure that is someone going to want to play a stripped down, non-realistic game with no brand name cars that has Forza 4 level vehicle simulation, but is really focused on providing a like robust set of well-designed levels, right? Like, I'm sure that that person exists, but it's so hard to find them in the first place, and is it worth all of the like ground level effort to start trying to develop it in the first place when you don't even know how to find those people? I guess it can be frustrating when an audience for your game like conceptually exists, but you have no way of reaching them whatsoever. And I'm sure like the industry like doubling down more and more and more and more on the way it's been done for the last 10, 15, 20 years doesn't help, because the people that might like that game, if you tell them, oh, I want you to try this sim racer, they're gonna be, no, you mean like that Forza GT8 or Gran Turismo shit? No thank you, I played that and crashed into the wall for an hour and it wasn't fun and I don't want to play it now. I was like, no, seriously, it's different, really? Yeah, exactly. There's no reason to suggest that this kind of racing game can't see that level of attention. Because I imagine there's a comparable amount of like deliberateness to your play that ends up being necessary when you get really good at a game like this, where like you're shifting at exactly the right moment and you're braking at exactly the right moment and you're doing everything perfectly to where it feels like you're executing perfectly in a Dark Souls boss fight or whatever other analogous game you pick. But then, like, what do you do with that crazy skill set that you've developed on the controller? Well, you drive around. You drive around, it's fine. I suppose that's true, yeah. I guess even kart racers. Like, I think Mario Kart 8 is a really good game, and it's fun to play. And the levels all have cool gimmicks and stuff. But even playing that stream where we played through every cup, and we did like the mobile cups and just saw how like different the track design was and like wasn't very good or sight readable, when that should be a value I think that they should consider when making a kart racer track. I guess you get like Diddy Kong Racing back in the day is trying to make a video game out of racing, but that tries a little bit, but then the courses are super well balanced and it's like way too hard most of the time. Yeah. Right. You get your gold cup in 150cc in every cup, and then the single player part of the game is over. Now you just play it multiplayer with friends or whatever. Yeah, I wonder, it's probably easier to interrogate what that's all about looking at more arcadey racing games on like kart racers. So I can understand the forces at play to make it hard to make a Forza-like game with modern game design considerations and modern level design and stuff. But why haven't we even had like a new Diddy Kong Racing clone, right? Even really in the indie space, it seems underexplored. I guess maybe part of the problem is that even with Mario Kart, a lot of the hard work that's going into Mario Kart being a fun game to play is the game feel. And that's not something you can just like get spun up and running in the way that you can like quickly spin up a little platformer game. You can like do a little proof of concept platformer where the character jumps and doesn't fall through the platform and lands on a Goomba type enemy and the Goomba dies, right? Like that's a much easier thing to pull off in a few hours than it is to like have a kart racer where the controls feel good. You're not screaming at how much you hate them. So I guess maybe it's even the same problem for the arcade and kart racers, that it's the barrier to entry is too high. And you've already traveled such a long distance by just making the game feel acceptable to play. Right. And I guess you're right, like Driver San Francisco is a racing game that has video game structure. It has missions. The missions have all kinds of different like things that they expect you to do and to learn. It builds around its own design space with the whole car hopping mechanic. And some of the other racing games we played on stream like sort of approach that, but don't really take it very far. Ooh, that's tough. So you can't really use downshifting to slow the car down. You can totally do that on a motorcycle. Or you probably can in this too. It's just it's not perceptible at the speeds at which I'm traveling and the rate at which I actually need to brake. It's great for like coming to a stop at a red light that's very far in front of you. I wonder if there are other natural impediments to trying to make a racing game that has a lot of like game design and level design in it. Like, is a lot of that work already just going into the course design, I guess? Especially in a game that's not using realistic courses like a kart racer, like a Mario Kart 8. I wonder if there's anything to be said for the whole problem where racing games are only won at the end of the last lap. Right, that was kind of a recurring problem with Midnight Club 2 for me, that you would have these insanely difficult races that were like 7 minutes long in some cases. And so I just had to be perfect for 7 consecutive minutes. And it made it difficult to learn something if I made a mistake at like the 6-minute mark. I would have to then start the whole race over to get back there. I guess actually that's an interesting point, because that might explain part of why Driver San Francisco works, because although Driver San Francisco doesn't have this game's rewind button, the fact that you can constantly jump into another car and keep playing means that making a mistake partway through a mission it's not going to be 6 minutes of retrying to get back to where you just were every time, right? But do you need some kind of ridiculous, over-the-top sci-fi mechanic like that? Lean into the peril. Makes sense. I guess there's a version of that in an average like roguelike run where the only hit point that matters is your last one against the final boss. But I guess those games are able to like make you feel like you made progress by having little checkpoints along the way that are, in the case of lights, giving you progression currency or whatever. You don't win every race. Right, yeah, I see what you're saying. Because they do not embrace that. This game comes close in the fact that it has the rewind button that it doesn't punish you at all for using, really. Other than you get slightly more credits if you fully disable it. It's very nice in a roguelike to boot the game up and go like, I'm not going to win on my first run. I'm not going to run on my second run or my third run. It's probably going to be a while before I even beat the first boss. Yeah, I would agree. It's like bad for the emotional journey of the player playing the game, because anything that's not a first place finish is a waste of fucking time. And the waste of time is more severe the longer the race is. Yeah, I see your point. But I think that's kind of like the first principles, return to first principles approach you would have to make to try to make a modern racer that actually has modern level design. But that's got to be frustrating, because it seems like a foregone conclusion. Oh yeah, every racer is going to be about getting a first place cup in every race. That's what racing is, right? It's about getting first place. Which is, it's like especially funny because there's so many like sub fandoms of racing, like F1, that are explicitly not excited about who's getting first place, or are managed to find drama or narrative in the battle for third place or fourth place or whatever. It's like the fact that that's not mirrored in game design has got to be infuriating. Oh yeah. Sure. Or even to just have performed particularly well for that manufacturer this year, I guess, in the case of something like F1. That guy looks like a happy little frog. Looks tired, bored. You know, I already have a lot of happy frogs. I think it's time to start going for some tired, bored fellas. Ugh. I guess I enjoy a similar frustration at the kind of death of mainstream rhythm games, but I feel more satisfied in that respect, in that an indie developer can make a rhythm game. You can make something like Spin Rhythm XD. There's not this gigantic barrier to entry that makes that impossible. Or you can make Clone Hero. You can literally just rip off Guitar Hero and keep making Guitar Hero tracks forever, and it's fine, right? I think I'm misusing first gear, or that is, I'm not using first gear, and that's a problem. I think I panic when I see that at the start of the race I'm in the red already. But I should be just accelerating less? Sounds like... vile words to say. I guess one of the things I have turned on right now is making it so I can generally get away with holding down right trigger all the time, but eventually I'm going to turn that off and I'm going to have to like manage how much I'm pressuring right trigger. I see. Okay, let me try to get used to starting in first gear at least. Is like the need to carefully manage when and how much you accelerate at the start of the race, what kart racers are abstractly trying to represent when you get a boost for pressing the button at the right time. Or is that just a pure arcadey video game thing? You're canonically a god of driving. Yeah.
Hey, that's super cool.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, we'll be doing probably another episode of Baldur's Gate in a little while. Next time Lisa's subblock comes up. Thank you very much. It is on the voting spreadsheet if you want to see it sooner. If you're AFKing in chat, earning SP, you can vote for it. Somebody can find the command for me. I don't know it off the top of my head. But when it wins the vote, we'll play it once a week until we finish it. thank you, SP, for the donation here in a second. So let me finish this race. Ah! Shit. I do see why you added this game specifically, because I think it probably gives the most feedback it possibly could visually for me to kind of passively learn what I should be doing. I guess it would be nice to get more feedback on downshifting in some way, but the way the racing line reacts to your current speed is huge for me to kind of subconsciously internalize what I'm doing wrong, which is helpful. That makes sense. I was about to say that when I was in the grass there trying to get back up to speed, it felt like I was in first gear for like less than a second, and it was a waste of time. Come on. After this cup or whatever, this event list, I might go up a class just to see if I can handle it yet. It was actually probably good, even though it was painful for me to start in the Range Rover and see, okay, this can get really bad, and then enjoy the like reduced difficulty of going down to the Ford Focus or the Fiesta. I wish the World Tour mode in this was smarter, for lack of a better word. Like, what I thought it was doing when I was playing it for a little bit, I was like, oh, this is like smartly trying to calibrate the difficulty of the race and the car it's giving me based on my performance. And if I do badly, it's just going to smartly drop me back down, and I'm just going to learn the game by just doing missions in World Tour over and over, which isn't as good as like actual authored game design. Obviously, I would prefer a designer to sit down and like set out a set of races that have restricted cars that you have to do in a certain order to teach you the things that the human being wants you to learn. But in the absence of that, I'll certainly take a computer trying to do the same thing. But it seems like even that doesn't really exist in any of these games. It seems like their primary focus is to let you use whatever car you want, regardless of what like tier of race you're in. And that kind of contributes to the like toy feeling, I think. Whereas I think it would be really cool to do a level where like this is a really hard level to do with a Jeep, because the Jeep is really likely to flip, and we've designed the track in such a way that you're likely to flip if you do these things too sharp or whatever the hell, right? But that seems to be like against the DNA of the sim racer to make a track that's like that. Puts tracks in authored order and then is apathetic about car choice. Yeah, that's helpful. I prefer that at least. That it's like, okay, you have to at least use an economy car. Kitties, chill out, please. Second, y'all. Thanks again, Nap Wilson. You type exclamation point game 16, that should be enough to vote for Baldur's Gate if you want to see more of it. Yeah, you can do more if you wanted to. You have enough if you typed exclamation point game 16 and then space and then 10, you would vote for it 10 times. I think you have enough SP to afford that. Sweet. Yeah, you're just accruing those whenever you're AFK in chat or whatever, so feel free to plug votes at it if you want to see more of it sooner. Lisa's keeping it on her sub block though, so we'll at least see it once every couple months or so, I think. Yeah, I screwed it up. First gear again. Okay, have a good day. Bye. Seeing ya. It's always so embarrassing when I accidentally upshift when I mean to downshift. Is there any merit to trying to play a game like this with a driving game rig, do you think? I don't know how much a game like this even supports, like, is there something you could plug into an Xbox 360 that would have, like, pedals and a steering wheel and a shifter and everything? Or would it even be able to support that? I feel like that's only something you could really expect from a PC game. Part of what's probably affecting my ability to internalize stuff here, I mentioned this as a thing I was concerned about, like, you're driving an actual car with an actual stick shift, you can, like, feel the position of the stick at any given time. You're constantly getting tactile feedback as to what gear you're in. You can do the thing where you shift it into neutral and then wiggle the stick to confirm that you're in neutral, right? And you don't really have the equivalent of that when you have like two buttons that go up and down. You're kind of forced to look down in the bottom right corner to tell. Or I guess you could do it based on engine sound would be the game feel equivalent, but... I could maybe ask my friend with the VR F1 hookup sometime to borrow his rig. I don't know how transferable that is to anything other than F1. But I guess that's like part of the challenge in designing it, is to make it feel playable with a regular standard controller and not require a crazy over-the-top rig. I just meant for future racing games in general. I don't know if that's like, that would only be if we played that specific game. That's an interesting problem because it often feels like the, Xbox One controller is kind of the perfect final form of a game controller, that you can do anything on it, more or less, with some amount of hassle in games like Baldur's Gate. You wonder the extent to which our current controller design is like practically limiting the sorts of games that get made. You'll see Nintendo try to do stuff like, oh, we've got these crazy Joy-Cons with the HD Rumble or whatever, but like nobody makes games that require it, so it kind of discourages continuing to do that sort of experimentation and keep making new versions of the Xbox One controller forever. And I guess if you had like pedals, you'd probably just run software that would let you map the pedals to like a trigger press, pressed all the way down as 100, not pressed at all as 0, and then probably do anything on PC with Joy to Key or something similar. Okay, sure. I wonder if the death of codes is like cheat codes is part of the problem. Like if the objective is we want to make the entire roster available to everybody automatically, we want to give them a Ferrari in the first 15 minutes, like that used to be an extremely solved problem. You would just ship your game with all of your progression mechanics and it would be intact and expected that it would take you 20 hours to unlock the Ferrari, and there would just be a cheat menu and you would go in and put in the Ferrari code if you really wanted to unlock everything. I'm kind of sad that the games industry abandoned that, especially for like fighters. It seems like it would be really helpful. I love Smash Brothers to death. I love Smash Brothers single player campaign to death. I think the way you unlock fighters in that is cool as hell. But like just for practical reasons for tournament organizing, it would be great if there was an unlock everything code you could put in on the title screen or something, right? Yeah, or just a robust free play mode. It makes me sad that I don't feel any pressure generated by the game to increase the enemy AI up another step. Like I'm going to, because it's one of the things we've agreed upon that I'm going to do. But like nothing about the game is saying, hey, you're going to have a better experience, or you're going to get more stuff, or we're going to show you more content if you have more challenging races. And that applies like top to bottom into the enemy AI to the assists. I feel like you could play this game for 50 hours without ever touching the assists and have a grand old time with it and not feel like you missed out on anything. I guess I tend to, some people enjoy it, but I tend to not like so much when games ask the player to participate in the design and balancing process to this extent, or to engage with its systems like purely just to see what they do. It doesn't have to be like a super over-the-top Call of Duty 4 progression system, right? Everything doesn't have to be experience points or something, but gated unlocks are good, I think. Split it into 2 campaigns. One like it is now, one with an economy that keeps you in lower classes for sufficient time, yeah. Oh no. Isn't it like way easier once you're in first to stay in first? This guy looks pretty chill. Looks like he sits on the back porch, just hanging out. Guy's got a wide face. hard choice. I think I'm gonna take the chill guy. I like the stripe though. Okay, we're gonna try going up a class. Let me see if I can understand how this hellish screen is organized. You're saying it's organized by column? Everything on the left side is a European manufacturer race. Okay, this is all Asian. This is all North American. Semi-pro. Why do they do it like this? Semi-pro European. International. Top Gear bowling events. Okay. I see how it's organized now. Wonder why they needed it all to fit on one screen. Alright, well, we're going to D, Class D now. Should be on this row-ish. It depends. Okay. Sure. Tried to manage my acceleration there in first gear, but it still seemed like I was in it for like less than a second. I'm gonna try to practice the track some more. I think honestly the ability to like upgrade your car between classes is, I guess it's realistic, right? But I don't know, that'd be something that if I were president of video games, I would restrict to a heavy free play sandbox mode. I certainly wouldn't allow it in races like this. I guess you're restricted, you have to use cars from specific manufacturers, right? But Can you downgrade the really amazing cars down to the lower tiers, or only upgrade the shitty cars up? Okay. It doesn't feel very good to me, because it's like I don't get to have any kind of connection to how an individual car behaves, because it's such a product of what level of upgrades it's received, which I guess is maybe part of the point. The car is just the parts that are in the car, but I don't know. It's like, why even have custom cars in the first place if you can just tweak them so much? It's not a car building game at its core. And I guess it's better than the alternative, which is not having an auto upgrade option and having to like manually go into the menu and make sense of all this stuff that's completely obtuse to me. It feels weird for like car identity and for like race identity, right? It would be like if you made a like a class-based game, like say a multiplayer roguelite game like Ember Knights or something, where you can be a mage or a warrior or a ranger, but then after you select ranger, you can just like also equip a sword and also get all the benefits of having a sword, and it still calls you a ranger, but you're effectively just a warrior now, so what was the fucking point? It'd feel very strange. Oops, shifted down when I meant to shift up. Not really. Dark Souls, the fact that they even give you classes at the beginning is kind of like part of the joke. It's like, here's a name that we gave to this set of starting statistics. But Dark Souls still has you like committing to intelligence or faith or whatever, and committing to a weapon. And feeling like, you're never feeling like, oh, suddenly all these points that I put into an intelligence can cause me to do amazing damage with miracles or whatever, right? Like, I don't think it's one-to-one. And I guess that also Dark Souls goes out of its way to not design itself so that there's content that's only meant to be approachable by one kind of build or class. It's not like, okay, here's the boss that's only beatable by a mage. Whereas I think a game like this, you absolutely want to have a race that's only beatable by a certain kind of car. The new one addresses that by requiring you to level cars up to unlock upgrades for them. It's unpopular, they keep going back to it in patches. Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to do it that doesn't feel bad for the player. It seems like it's a trade-off nightmare, that you give the player this level of freedom and they're happy to have the freedom, but now I don't give a shit about any of the cars anymore, and I feel like that's supposed to be like the whole point. Like, if you're gonna do this, instead of having preset brands, just have a car creator or something. Are there any games that have tried to like dive into that, like build your own car? I guess there's too many things to pick from. I'm not gonna have you like use Blender to model it and everything. Apex on the original Xbox? Interesting. Shifted in the wrong direction. Oh, really? Interesting. Maybe I need to like change my way of thinking about the way the game is structured to where like the actual car you selected is in many ways just like a cosmetic option you picked, and that the actual build or whatever is the class that you're in. Like, I suppose that's not entirely true though, right? Because it's not going to apply for older cars with shitty tires. It's not going to apply for like a big SUV, which is going to have different handling from economy car in the same class. I'm trying to like conceptually understand in my mind what you would need to, I'm going to come back into this in a second, how you would need to structure this for it to be sensical to me. If it was like, it's already kind of weird to me that we have E, D, C, and B, and then inside of E, D, B, and C we have all these other different kinds of like makes and models of cars that have wildly different performance expectations within that class. The different named AI drivers, like, they have like tendencies or anything like that that are the same in each race? I guess on the current setting, I barely see them anymore. That's kind of cool. Really? It's funny. I noticed I accidentally got graded for drifting there. Do we say drifting is always bad in this game, or the handbrake is always bad, or what was the, how do we phrase that? Drifting is not good at pavement racing. Forza Motorsport 4 is pavement racing, right? Okay. I'm like, shit. Did I miss some kind of like cool distinction? Has there been a level that's ultra pavement, giga asphalt or something? Why is drifting good when off-roading? I'm only really kind of like aware of drifting through media shit like Initial D and Tokyo Drift, and just like pressing the handbrake button in video games. Tight corners. Slower than using all your grip to go where you want to go. Does it have applications for like stunt driving, for instance? Where the objective isn't necessarily to go as fast as possible? The limited grip is beneficial to angle yourself rather than making a sharper turn. I see. Oh god. Oh god. Shouldn't have looked at chat. So I imagine there might be if I turn on realistic damage later, but how am I penalized if I briefly press the X button to check the lower gear, realize it's too high, and then immediately switch back? Am I driving slower because of doing that versus not having done it? It doesn't feel like it's that big of a deal, but I need to understand if there's some kind of a bigger deal that I'm not appreciating. Oh god. Drifting competitions are created how fast you're going, what your angle is, how close to the marking points. It's a show rather than fastest. Okay, that makes sense. Can I still undo damage to the car with rewinds? I guess I don't see any reason why not. That'd be the only reason I'd hesitate to turn that on. Okay. I guess I can probably turn damage on here soon. We're at about the halfway point of the stream, so now would be the time to do it, I suppose. What was the other one you said doesn't change car feel? Old rear-wheel drive muscle car that handles like ass could be top of D class. Yeah, I guess what they're trying to represent isn't easily representable by a score. But then I wish they had more like grades. That guy looks rich. Don't like him. Also looks rich. Looks like surprised. Haha. Woohoo. Looks too like self-assured. I think we go with the surprise. Oh, was it Lexus? I didn't even notice. Literally just looking at the faces. Oh yeah, racing line braking only. Okay, I'll do that at the halfway point of next stream, I suppose. I think the braking is the main thing that's helping me right now anyway, so that shouldn't be terribly punishing. Audi and Mercedes. Okay, so I can start by putting it to limited and then simulation. Fuel is a concern. Fuel's a concern? Your car rolls over, you'll be able to flip it back onto its wheels. Okay, I guess I'll just go straight to simulation. It's really funny. Because might be a shit show, we'll see. I see. Even think about a way you could meaningfully conserve fuel in a game like this. By the way, what does Forza mean? Is it the name of a place? A race? Oh shit. Oh my god. Ah, okay. Using sports chance. I thought there was like a guy named John Forza. Probably should have downshifted there, whoops. Let's pretend like John Forza is the lead developer of Forza. Okay, so what does that mean? It showed yellow and my bumper was fucked up? mainly, what is that doing to me? Gran Turismo was named after John Turismo's Star Wars OC. Named after John Turismo's grandmother. Grand Moff Turismo. Okay. Oh wow. How much is it? I wish I could. There was. So many of my complaints are gonna degenerate to, I wish this was a video game. I wish there was a better window into the fact that this game is even doing aerodynamic simulations whatsoever, right? Like, I can imagine a level where you're forced to understand that that's happening. Grand Moff Turismo. Like, it's not a Dwarf Fortress level simulation. We're not like simulating air particles or something, right? I assume that they've abstracted the concept of aerodynamics into, oh shit, something that affects your top speed and handling around turns or something. Like, you can't actually care about like where the damage is on your car. It's so frustrating because, like, all of the ridiculous shit that gets simulated in Dwarf Fortress, virtually all of it will be exposed to the player, even without there being any kind of, like, authored level design through some extreme event. If not in your play, and not in your game, in someone else's game. Like, you are going to quickly understand that the game simulates temperature, and the extent to which it simulates temperature. It doesn't just have to be something that's like true on the back of the box, but doesn't effectively change the average player's experience very much. Oh, I've been fucking up my engine? I haven't seen the pop-up for that. I saw the body damage pop up. Did that happen because I was downshifting and it was in the red for too long? I didn't even see it. I was trying to press the D-pad. Oh god, I don't like that. Can't see the tachyometer anymore. This is horrifying. Okay, we gotta go back because I was scrolling through that. I actually play the game. It's okay. Was one of those damage? I didn't see it. Trying to press buttons to find it. One of them was piety. Yeah, my tire zeal stat. I don't know how anyone could read that while driving. Put it up for y'all's benefit. I certainly can't look at it at all. Is this them trying to expose the simulation a bit? Egg. Oh, here it is. Why does this get rid of it? I would love to have this on the screen all the time just for y'all's benefit, but it doesn't let me see the tachyometer. I guess I could look at the RPM. So what's red on the RPM? 6,000? That would be game design. Guns. Oh shit. Trying to do a Vim playthrough. I'm trying to maximize my Vim. Oh, I was just going to accept the finish. There is nothing in my body telling me you should try to get first place in this game. Like, each of these races is a jumping off point to talk about the design of racing sims. It's like such a bummer, though. I wish it did. I wish it was like my heart rate was getting up when I was playing Midnight Club 2, and I'm like, I gotta beat this race because that's how I'm gonna unlock the next race, and that's how I'm gonna finish the game. But nothing in this game has reinforced in my mind that I should give any much of a shit at all about winning races. Right stick down. Ah, thank you. Looking out. That just tells me vague damage without the specific numbers. I wish I knew when that happened. Is it like start accruing damage? So it's not super complicated. It's not like modeling where the damage is. It's just saying you took 1% damage for driving in the red while it was bouncing for 1 second or whatever. Tire temperature. Okay, so I can keep that display up and then press rewind whenever I see that turn yellow. Raise your car's imagination stat. You already have good pulchritude. That old school MS Paint Adventures. Shit's like extremely funny to me. Why I love Barkley so much. Yeah, I'll try to watch for it this time. Does tire temperature ever matter at this level of play? Affinity with Ford is a pretty silly stat, yeah. I cracked up the first time that popped up. Ford devotion. I like that they picked affinity and not like loyalty or something. I want to see it happen here. Is it like more likely to happen at dropping from higher gears? I'm gonna restart the race. I just want to understand what's happening. Ah, okay. Now I saw it happen. Okay, that might be the thing I need. If I see a big yellow thing that says, "You fucked up, idiot," when I downshift incorrectly, that would help me a lot. Although I was kind of hoping it would be more like Cruelty Squad style, like the entire screen has a bunch of bullshit on it. You fucking idiot. I guess if you notice me get it and I don't catch it without immediately rewinding, I'd say something in chat, but I'll try to pay attention to it here. Oh man, I would love to play a Cruelty Squad racing game. It would be so fucking cool. That aesthetic. Like, just double down on the completely fucking stupid enemy AI. I love how, like, Cruelty Squad manages to be an extremely difficult game, even though most of the enemies, well, partially because the enemy's AI is to just, like, run around erratically and shoot constantly. Oh, did that actually happen? Real racing, you get significant penalties for that, right? I think I was asking about that last time. You are now honored. Exalted with Chevy. Yeah. That game fucking rules. It is honestly in like the top 20 games I've played on stream. It's so good, and it's impossible to recommend. I think there's a bunch of people in this stream community who would like the game, but I can't even tell them to suffer through it to get to the good part. Oh shit! Well, that's a rewind. Okay. See, I'm learning not to press the X button. I'm like afraid of the X button now. It's great. It's what I needed. Oh, yeah, that was a really scary enemy too. That was like some Dark Souls shit. Like once it can see you, it's really hard to deal with. It's lame that I have to bring that back up constantly. I wish there was a UI option to just have it displayed permanently. I guess I can check and see if it's in the HUD options. So like shifting into first when you have realistic damage on during the race is actually a recipe for disaster, and I should never do it. I've never played any of the truck simulator games. The closest I've played is Elite Dangerous. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Games don't necessarily need to have goals to be on the stream. You could set a creative beat condition, like play it for X number of hours, or if you can find some kind of in-game goal that's a reasonable amount of content seen. Like Dwarf Fortress is one of the best games I've played on stream, and that game has no objective. Yeah, that'd be perfect for Subblock too. How much of a simulator is... So like I'm aware of the truck simulator games to their reputation, but I couldn't tell if they're like simulators in the sense that they get the driving physics perfect, or if it's just like kind of the job simulator of driving kind of on long straightaways and backing up to deliver goods and that sort of a thing. Oh, cool. Welcome. Yeah, if you have any questions about how stuff works, feel free to ask. There's a FAQ link below the stream. It's marstead.com/FAQ that explains how some of the systems work if you're interested. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Job simulator than a physics sim? Okay, that makes sense. That sounds cool. Okay. Gives me trouble a lot. Gotcha. I've seen semis make some like insane turns where I'm like, how did you know that that was going to work? That sounds amazing. You just have to obey traffic laws and stuff. Sure. More of like a grade at the end. me check the HUD options here. So I have to press it every time. So, engine damage is heavily abstracted, right? It's just a percentage damage value. Oh, shit. Guess it didn't get mad at me there. It affects your top speed? Is that the main thing it does? Okay. It's definitely way harder. I feel like I was just getting the hang of the line and when to brake and stuff, but it makes things a lot more complicated there. I do like that turning on the damage has made me scared of downshifting. That's good. That'll force me to get it better. I need the tachyometer to be like in the middle of the race. What you doing there, bud? I need to be like directly in front of the car. I don't like looking down and to the right constantly at it. Like this would be a good game for some UI control like that where you want everything to be. No, I don't think I could ever make first-person view work. No, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Ah. Never again. Yeah, make that guy live out horrible crash over and over. It's interesting that he crashed differently after the rewind. That was kind of surprising, actually. Yeah, I don't know how to put this. I feel like the game setting out to be simulationist and all about like immersion is cool, and I understand that that's kind of like the pitch, and so you don't want an over-the-top like radio announcer going, "You fucked up your engine, bro," and then like your car explodes. But like, for training wheels purposes, something like that could exist. Maybe not that over the top, but just something. Even if the hardcore players could turn it off, you know what I mean? The "You Died" font. Oh yeah, I forgot about the manufacturer thing. I feel like weird about what kind of damage is allowed to be done to the cars. Like even there, I guess there are racing games where they'll get the manufacturer license, but they have to agree to not let the car be damaged at all or something. I hate everything. I think it's extremely fucking bizarre that we need to like pay to feature other people's cars in the game in the first place. I guess I could understand if it was like, oh, you had to pay to like talk to Porsche about the, you know, nitty-gritty about how their engine works, or things that you couldn't discover by just buying a Porsche and driving around in it, right? But it's like, why is this something you have to pay license fees for? Like, James Bond doesn't pay licensing fees to Aston Martin or whatever, right? Really? God damn it. The movies do? Not the books. Shit. Ugh. Boo. Yeah. It's not good for art, but I don't think it's super helpful. I guess I can imagine a situation where a bad actor tries to make a shitload of money off of a product that's all about Porsches or something, and the game is about going up to Porsches and hitting them with baseball bats or something, and that being bad for Porsche's brand. I don't know, it's just the limit of my sympathy. It has already vanished when we're talking about massive car companies, right? I think the spirit of that sort of thing is to protect a small creator from having their art stolen and used to make a shitload of money. At some point, I feel like we just need to say, okay, everyone knows what a fucking Ford is. Every video game can have a Ford Focus in it. Nobody cares. Go ahead and like do a licensing deal with them if you want to get insider information about the Ford Focus. Yeah, right. I understand why they don't want it. What I don't understand is why, well, I do understand why they're afforded that legal protection. But you can kind of make the moral argument for a lot of the way copyright works, the way trademark works, and the way licensing works, that, you know, it's only fair that if somebody created something that they get full credit for it, but it starts to dissolve at certain levels of wealth and power and like scope of public knowledge, right? That guy has the best face. Like, don't even really need to analyze these other faces. This guy's got kind of a dopey, ooh, Like lips are pushed forward. Yeah. Okay, going to the next level, staying with damage on. Didn't give me the check mark because one of the races was bronze. That's fine. So you have to get first or second to get the check, or is it all firsts? I see. Okay. It's frustrating. We talked about this a lot during the Spec Ops The Line playthrough about the way the military interfaces with movies that feature the military or feature military equipment or technology, or video games that do the same thing, right? And how that's super bad for art. Maybe manual transmission will help me to feel the difference between the cars. I felt like in the previous classes, I was very rarely getting to 4th or 5th gear. That fucked up my steering, it looked like. I have to start abusing the rewind to fuck with the AI so I can pass them at the beginning of the race. Idiots didn't realize I could control the flow of time. My Ford Fiesta. Specifically, we'll get mad about like street racing. I see the ABS and the traction control kicking in there on the tachyometer. So whenever I see that appear, that's like a time that I would have had to let off the gas or something. Braked differently. Little guys like Disney. The Disney situation is so frustrating because their like entire catalog is stuff from the public domain. Like their art is only able to exist due to borrowing from existing stories. It's pull up the ladder behind you, right? It'd be nice if we had some kind of system where like really like the like individual software licensing model where like you can get, I don't know, music production software either for free or for like $50 or something. But if you ever make like over $100,000 with the music you make from it, then they want you to buy an enterprise license. That sort of way of scaling it could fix a lot of problems, I think, but Oops. I didn't follow that. Was that the disastrous one? They were suddenly trying to monetize, like, they're trying to get a little bit of money out of Critical Role or whatever. To me, I guess the substantive difference there is that, like, I don't think a D&D rulebook is comparable to like a digital audio workstation, but I'd have to think about why. I just, for my own, not to like argue with you, I know you're just being snarky, but anybody can make a Toho fan game. It seems like that's pretty good for art. Sometimes I look at chat at the worst moments. I haven't played that new Undertale Yellow, but that's essentially a sanctioned fan game, isn't it? It seems like that's a pretty not insignificant part of the problem with racing games, that you need like the approval and participation of all these big corporations who have really stupid interests to protect. Jesus Christ. That's a fucking joke. It's especially funny, like, I think that's extra funny when it's the direction they tried to do it in, right? Because the digital audio workstation example is you got all this enterprise software like Cubase, FL Studio, Reaper, and the like, and it was generally priced, the price for you to get it was the enterprise price. You would pay like, you know, thousands of dollars for a license, and so everybody who was an enthusiast just pirated it. Because it was like morally correct to pirate it, because you're just fucking around making some songs for your friends, right? You're not going to make enough money off of it for the license to be worth it. So they said, okay, well, we're losing all this money to people who are pirating our software, so why don't we get a little bit of money for them and then only charge the enterprise prices to the people who could reasonably afford it. But what it sounds like Wizards of the Coast tried to do, or what Hasbro tried to do, was we're giving something away for free. We want to do some rent seeking. Let's skim a little bit off the top for Papa Hasbro. I'm never going to get this turn. It's never going to happen. So maybe that would have been less gross if it was just something that was already built into the fabric of tabletop RPGs from the beginning. Yeah, it's got to be so frustrating, because many of our... You can model a lot of these problems as like a conflict between the actual creatives and, like, you know, the equivalent of the publisher, the owners, in this case Hasbro versus Wizards of the Coast. I guarantee that everybody working their dream job at Wizards of the Coast wants nothing more than for the things they make to be available under an open license like 3rd edition was, right? It's like, it's kind of similar to the problem we're seeing with the internet, where like tech bro CEOs want a do-over on the internet. They want to like turn back the clock and smack Tim Berners-Lee in the face and say, no, things aren't free, it's not open, you gotta pay for everything. Shit. It's an unfortunate mispress. I need to move the rewind button onto something else. I shouldn't be pressing the Y button ever, but really needed to be somewhere that's like very deliberate. Is there an option to hold to rewind? That would be perfect. Yeah. That whole situation was fucked. I didn't follow it super closely, other than to know that people were pissed and to be annoyed at Hasbro. I think it's also like comical, especially if you're trying to snipe something like Critical Role, to say that like the substantive thing that's happening on Critical Role is the Dungeons and Dragons rules. That's why that content is good. Like, if anything, Hasbro owes money to Critical Role for selectively deciding things that are in D&D rules to not do. By that logic. Really funny. Yeah. Second edition Pathfinder is pretty good. I'm really excited for this Matt Colville RPG. I've been developing my own rule set for like a decade, and it sounds like the Matt Colville one basically has most of the same design concepts that I've kind of independently arrived at. Oh, cool. I'm excited. No, I'm kind of just waiting for a rulebook to come out. Watched a couple of the videos y'all have tagged me with from him, and I really like them. The one about first edition being a survival horror game like blew my mind. I want to play that game. It is not modern D&D at all. But it explains why modern D&D is so fucking baffling. Why are you like this? Because they played it in the lunchroom every day, and a random person could walk in and try to survive for like 20 minutes and probably die. I'm like, all right, well, I'll maybe drop in next week with a different character. Ooh, nice. Maybe some of the people play RuneScape 6-gun and they watch my video essay. Spend a decent chunk of it explaining my use of the word in that sense. Nice. I've heard that word used in game design context before, usually in reference to strategy. I think that took off because people heard degenerate strategy and use it in the sense of like a strategy a degenerate would use, right? Like, no, it's actually the mathematical definition. Oh shit. Let's roll that back. Pathfinder has a lot of really good ideas. It still does some stuff that I don't like, but... Yeah, that's smart. Mm-hmm. No reason to be more complicated for no reason. I'm really happy that they're making like first principles decisions like that and from that level, because I feel like there's a lot of tabletop design for years has been, well, we can't get rid of that because people expect that, you know, armor and damage reduction are going to be a thing. But like if that's the case, you could just make it so that armor gives you more hit points. It's literally the same thing. I guess there are angles from which damage reduction isn't degenerate with hit points. But it depends on how your system works. Yeah, right on. If you can tag me with, if there's like a playlist or something, I'd love to watch it. It sounds great. The official wargaming context, just all pure mathematicians and game theory. I'd have to watch the video, but I assume if they decided that it was purely mathematically degenerate, that in the system they were developing, the way that armor worked at that point was in fact purely degenerate, that it didn't have a use case like it soaks up small hits. But I'd have to actually read the rulebook to see for sure. Yeah, it's... oh, I hate it. It's actually kind of disappointing playing Baldur's Gate 3. Like, I'm really excited that they just said, fuck DCs. We're going to have checks where the DC is like a 2. Who cares? That's more fun. But it seems like the combat math is still pretty close to base 5e. So, like, a really good chance to hit is like a 75 or 80% chance. Yeah, exactly. Remember Thaco to hit AC 0? No, I understand that. That's what I was saying, like I'm frustrating by the specificity and accuracy of the adaptation in that case. It's still a really good game, I'm not complaining. Just I don't like accuracy mechanics in tabletop RPGs. It's a thing that bugs me. Like, there are ways to do away with accuracy that are mathematically nearly identical to having accuracy by just kind of reducing the damage curve, that don't make you feel like you wasted your turn all the time. I'm guessing a lot of the Divinity Original Sin stuff in Baldur's Gate kind of rescues it from being too much like D&D, which I think would make the combat way too slow. It sounds like a lot of people were like disappointed in the ways that Baldur's Gate does things differently from baseline D&D, but I'm over here rooting for it to do anything. Push the boundaries, let me throw a potion at someone and have them heal immediately, let's go. Oh, thank you, Six Gun, appreciate it. I'll check chat for it later in Discord. Okay, so I think just kind of idly chatting is probably the best way for me to internalize the shifting meta. I do think turning on engine damage has made me better about downshifting poorly. See if I can keep that up, though. Don't like any of these faces. Okay, looks like he has grandpa glasses. I guess he gets the award for having grandpa glasses. Oh, really? Interesting. It seems like it's actually a surprisingly good marriage. Like, it seems like them taking Divinity Original Sin and then, like, forcing 5th edition math into it actually makes it better than Divinity in most ways. Or at least most of the complaints I had about Divinity 1. It's kind of surprising. I wonder if that's just, like, serendipitous, that actually this would work better with D&D rules. Yeah. My homebrew D&D rule set is essentially a heavily modified version of 4th edition. But like 4E as a baseline for like Final Fantasy Tactics style miniatures combat. And I think mainline D&D just tries to be too many things at once. That's what everybody was mad about. They're like, wait a minute, you narrowed the focus to be miniatures combat. We don't want that. Well, what do you want? Everything, all the time. Like, okay. We could try, but... It's called GURPS, was it? Is there calculus in GURPS? That's funny. I've never actually played it. I'm just aware of it by reputation. Calculus and mortgages. It would be funny to deal damage in terms of an amortization schedule. I'm in C class right now, right? Maybe I can try going back up to B after this. I'm gonna stay in eventless and keep going up in class, I guess. I'm becoming hyper dependent on the engine sound of the Ford Fiesta. I'm not entirely making decisions based on engine sound, but it's playing a pretty big role. That might need to be my final difficulty shift, some future episode where I've got all the assists turned off and I try a different car on every race. A bit of a crutch here to stay on the same car. Part of why I wish they wouldn't let you just upgrade it willy-nilly, but what are you gonna do? How badly am I screwing myself that I always pump the brakes? I mentioned that I kind of have a fear of slamming the brakes or holding the brakes down for any length of time. You said it's going to be bad when I turn off ABS? It's weird. So again, I know how to drive a car. Abstraction understanding of ABS is that it's so that when you hold the brakes down, they won't lock. Like you want ABS when you're driving in snow, right? But my expectation is that they would help you more when you're like slamming the brakes or pressing the brakes down for an extended period, not when you're like tapping them. When you're braking less and the absolute limit where they won't lock up is leaving pace on the table. Oh, so, okay, so you're saying that, let me try to restate. Because ABS are on, tapping the brakes the way I'm doing is unnecessary, but it might actually be helpful once I turn it off? Yeah, all of my intuition is to tap them so that I don't, because like if your front tire, if your brakes lock on your front tire on a motorcycle, the bike will flip and you will eat shit and you'll have a really bad day. And I drive in snow a lot and have that same feeling even with ABS of like, let me not slam on my brakes here. Okay. Maybe I should turn ABS off, although modulating pressure is better than pumping. Interesting. It's hard for me to imagine doing anything but push the left and right triggers all the way down. It's going to be tough when I get to turning off traction control, I guess. There are like remarkably few games that actually even use the analog feature of the triggers, to the point where I have very little like muscle memory for that mattering in any game. So this guy looks like a vampire. This guy looks like he's got a caveman brow. I think we're gonna go with the vampire. traction coming up a lot. Racing sims are the only thing that justifies analog triggers. I'm trying to think of games where it's mattered. Smash Brothers, does it matter? I want to say it's mattered in a handful of Metal Gear Solid games. Like whether or not you slightly press the shoulder buttons versus push them all the way in affects whether you bring up a menu, maybe? It's been a while since I played those. Kojima was really into like using all of the features of the console, even if they were very silly, so probably an outlier in that regard. Analog face buttons on the PS2. Oh my god, those were analog, weren't they? I think I remember that now. Oops. I think the GameCube controller is an excellent controller. Not just from like Smash nostalgia. I really love the shoulder buttons. I love the oversized do button. I really need to learn how to do this without crashing into a car here. Haven't really had to so far. Yeah, the octo gates are on the 6. I didn't even think about that. Because like practically there are so many games where you only care about those 8 directions. So that was only a bump since I didn't see the damage thing pop up. Okay. It's funny. It's actually kind of really disappointing how many devs have no interest in fucking around with a console's new unique features. Probably explains the kind of boring devolution of everything into the Xbox One controller. It's probably legitimate most of the time, like if something ends up being Wii Waggle, or this is actually a less efficient way to do a thing that I can just do with a button press, then I get why you'd want to map it to a button press instead, but it's not always that. Isn't the like touchpad on the PS4 and the PS5 technically like track wherever your thumb is, and you can do all kinds of cool stuff? I don't think I've played a single game that's used it except as a start button, a really big start button. Right. Yeah, you kind of have the hardware equivalent of the JRPG attack problem, where like any ability in the game has to be better than the attack button to be worth adding into your game. So any kind of new feature you put in a controller has to be much better than just pressing a button to do the same thing. And not even just like, you know, 1.1 times better. It's got to be like twice as good. So like the analog stick wins over the D-pad for certain use cases. Although even the analog stick in a lot of games essentially degenerates to a D-pad that you can just point it in the most extreme direction all the time and be completely fine. Yeah, I was excited about the Wii U when it came out. I'm like, oh man, there's actually like some cool shit you could do with this. Nintendo Land was a really fun, like, asymmetrical multiplayer game, and that was the only one, because every other Wii U game was just a port. And they put the map or something on the gamepad. Who gives a fuck? I really hope they call the new Switch like the Switch 2 or the Super Switch or something, and don't try to... Please learn your lesson from the Wii U. For the love of God. Great. Switch. It's good. Is this as a launch title? I have this core memory of playing Nintendo Land and thinking like, wow, ah shit, I did it again. I need a hold to rewind button. Wow, and this is just a tech demo. I can't wait to see what else they do with this. Also, I was like under the impression that the whole point of the Wii U is like, hey, we're gonna like import our Nintendo DS and 3DS architecture to a home console, because you can effectively, theoretically, you could port any DS game to the Wii U because you have a bottom screen and a top screen, and the bottom screen has touch controls and the top doesn't. But then that like basically never happens as far as I could tell. Did it get DS Virtual Console? Maybe. I was pretty pissed about their handling of Virtual Console. I spent... the Wii was when I had my first real job and had expendable income, so I spent a lot of it on Virtual Console purchases, thinking, oh man, this new digital thing is great. I'm gonna get to own every Super Nintendo game I love for the rest of my life. And then what happened? Digital media is bad, actually. Forza is a good example of digital media is bad. Yeah, I haven't had a physical game in a while. I do it for the momentary convenience, but I'm gonna get royally fucked at some point. Right. Yeah, I guess we can depend on the other options. Emulation is preservation, something, something. But I have occasionally encountered a game that's just not possible to emulate accurately, or which there's not enough demand for meaningful abandonware copies to exist. Like somebody has to keep that light burning, right? It's a bummer to play a bunch of like Square games that had Nintendo Wi-Fi connection support and had like stuff in the game that was dependent on the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection to do anything, and those games are just non-functional now. Like the core emotional beat of Bravely Default, no player will ever experience again. Okay, so I'm not doing amazing at this shifting thing, but I'm also better than when I first turned it on. I'm anxious to see what happens when we get back to B class. Curious how much of that problem was that specific track I started on, how much of it was shifting, and how much of it was the Land Rover turtle car. Oh, was it? There is one track in this game that has stood out to me, and it's the one that's a big old oval, and there's a part where like you're like on a banked turn. Oh, and I guess the one with the pretty skybox with the Alps or whatever. But also like that's just the skybox. I don't recognize anything about like the course layout. I think I have a physical orange box as well. Yeah, I was actually comparing... Oops, I think I took some engine damage from that. We were talking about this in Discord. I was comparing racing sim fandom to giant robot fandom. It does seem like Super Robot Wars would have a lot of the same issues. Sure, yeah. Oh, is that a thing, Specky? You want a bad port of Glover for the N64? I feel like I've played a couple of those baffling Steam ports. Like, why is this on Steam? Why is this like this? Actually, Rayman Legends is one of those. Like, why did you guys even bother? Right. It affects where they can release it. Sense. Imagine it will be a frequent topic. Very, very annoying. I guess it's interesting, it's helpful for me to like interrogate my own position on the thing, because like if I think about something like Super Robot Wars, like I'm more inclined to be charitable to the people who want to get paid for their robots to be featured in that than I am to like car manufacturers wanting to get paid and have any kind of creative say over their cars appearing in this game. And I guess a car is intellectual property, but I don't know, just I think of all of the giant robots in Super Robot Wars as being like the baby of some like manga artist, right? Some creator. And there's like characters and the way they behave and they talk to each other and stuff. And like, sure, it would be great to just have a world where you could make unlimited Super Smash Brothers fan fiction of them all kissing or whatever. Which I guess you can. You just can't make that into a video game without shitting yourself. It's not available on as an option in English release because of licensing issues. That's crazy. No, what's the deal with Shin Megami Tensei 1? Let's see how things go on B. Your affinity with Ford has reached level 10. Always my dream. It's kind of cool looking. Looks like an alien. It's like a British like butler. Too cool. Too cool. Kind of like the alien. I mean, it's definitely on the fringe of being too cool. SMT1 was Japan only. It was released in the GBA, again in Japan. There's support of it to iOS in English. Morgan looking like a British butler is on the nose. They definitely have to think about the faces they have on the fronts of their cars. Oh, I did some of... What the fuck is... Who are you? Past me? Why did you do this? Whatever. Forza is inaccessible, but if you own it and an older iPhone, you can play it. And if you want to play SMT1 on a platform it released on, in a language it released on, you extract the script from iOS and patch it to the GBA. That's pretty funny. All right, B tier Ford Fiesta, let's go. Not a great start. Got my way, Scarlett Johansson. I wonder why Giancarlo Esposito, like... What was he in most recently in 2011? Don't say Breaking Bad, because that'll make me feel really old. Gives me a better appreciation for how difficult overtaking is just in general, especially without hitting another car. I think even just playing this might enable me to be able to like watch NASCAR and kind of appreciate the difficulty of what's happening. You kind of have that lame like sports ball as, oh, NASCAR is just driving in a circle, and it's like, I don't think so. I don't think so. What about Better Call Saul? I don't think that was out in 2011 yet. We're not being allowed to hit them violently. No. My question was, what was he in 2011? I know he's like a really famous actor and he's been in a ton of stuff. Andrea saw him at the airport, but his name is on one of the cars in this game, and this game came out in 2011. He's in Do the Right Thing, Spike Lee movie from forever ago as well. I would say he's Scarlett Johansson level of recognizable name today, but I'm not sure that was true in 2011 is my point. Maybe just one of the developers really liked him and Do the Right Thing or something. I think he's in one of the Far Cry games as well. Chupacabra Terror. So I think he was introduced in like season 3 or 4. He wasn't in the first season, but he is in a lot of it, so maybe that was it. Stylist number 2 in Loose Women. He has a pretty major role in Do the Right Thing. I was actually really surprised. I saw his name in the credits. I was like, what? He's like completely playing the opposite of his Gus character that he's kind of been typecast as since then. This is season 2? Oh, okay, maybe that's it then. Wow, Breaking Bad came out a really long time ago. They could have picked a random letter for a vaguely common surname. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I just assumed seeing it right, G. Esposito right next to S. Johansson. Accidental staying power, like the Amogus track we're on right now. Well, Scarlett Johansson was definitely popular enough in 2011 that if they were trying to make up fake driver names, I could see them doing that intentionally. Like if one was Jay Bieber or something, right? These are the only AI drivers in the whole game. When I first saw the names, I'm like, oh, they must have like hundreds of names that they draw from randomly. Couple dozen. I feel like a racing game, a hypothetical racing game that embraces not winning would be really interesting too, because we were talking about this during that Mario Kart 8 marathon stream. Like, I've always been in that position with Mario Kart where I'm too good to be challenged when playing with my friends, but not good enough to like play it competitively. And so my experience playing Mario Kart for most of my life has been to just be in first place constantly, or maybe second place jockeying for first place. And then playing with a bunch of people who are really good at it, who had practiced recently, I suddenly found myself in like third and fourth place in what my brother and sister-in-law were calling the wolf pack, where you're just getting hit with items constantly because you're not far enough in first place to be able to evade everything except for the blue shell. And you're not far enough in the back to get the really overpowered stuff like the bullet bill, right? And it was actually kind of engaging. It was frustrating. Eventually I was able to kind of get my sea legs back and get back to where I was jockeying in first and second and do well. But it's like, if you're starting off doing poorly, you're like guaranteed to do poorly basically for the rest of the race. I'm gonna rewind a bit and try to fix this guy getting ahead of me here. S. McDykel. What game was that in? Was it like a baseball game from Japan? Todd Gonzalez. But anyway, my point is that, you know, that problem of being in the wolf pack is like especially heightened in a kart racer. Like, oh, did I just hurt my wheel? A kart racer like Mario Kart 8, but I imagine it's true. It's like just a geometric problem in every racing game, that the game becomes easier once you're in first, just because you now don't have to deal with overtaking. Take some body damage, that's okay. a little pit stop there, bud. Does this game actually show your gas anywhere? Oh, wow. It's really funny that the menu says gas will matter. You pick a team motorsport manager, it tells you what place your sponsors expect you to end the season, like top 8 or top 4. That's cool. Yeah, I wonder why racing has never adopted it, given that it's so crucial to racing fandom. Simulating your car weighing half a gallon of gas less. I think this name has to add the new Forza game as a hate subblock. I don't know that I want to pay full price for it though. Maybe we can wait for it to go on sale or something. But I'm like curious now. How much time is necessary to see how bad it is? I can't do Game Pass for stream purposes. I guess I could, but because I play games on such long timescales sometimes, I can't take the risk that it'll be on Game Pass when it gets added and then not be 3 years later when it wins the vote or whatever. Oh, guys, I guess $15 to just play it for a subblock isn't so bad. Buy them that go off as long as they don't get delisted. Yeah, I guess I could try to... Is there a way to like set up alerts for when a game that you are currently have a save file for is going to get delisted? I'm already pretty bad about picking stuff up on sale when it's pending, even with people tagging me. It's a frontier of digital non-ownership that I'm anxious about involving myself into the point that I can't extricate myself from it, basically. Delisting was never a problem with Forza, right? It might get delisted just for like licenses expiring or whatever, like what happened with Forza 4. I'm a little alarmed that they're transitioning to naming the game after the year of its release. Oh yeah, that's a nightmare game. They had a mechanism to let you like rescue your save and get it onto Steam or something. I guess certain games would, depending on how their file architecture works. If it literally just saves it in a folder somewhere, it's not a big deal. You can just copy and paste it. Some games are annoying about that. Oh, it's just called Forza Motorsport? Okay. Okay, Forza. Yes, you're reinventing yourself. I thought maybe they had changed the naming it after the year, like Madden. Because that wouldn't surprise me for what y'all have described about the franchise to this point. It's worse than that, and they're saying that Forza 2023 is the new platform upon which they will build their empire. Yeah. Hey, I guessed right. It's not a game series, it's a platform. We're gonna have concerts in Forza. Not a franchise entry, it's a multimedia experience. I'm doing okay with the B class now. Kind of want to jump back into SUVs just to see if SUV was the problem or if I've actually gotten better. I honestly can't tell. Non-forcible tokens. Jesus. I love the shame rewind prompt every time I touch the grass. M. Rossi, you... Oh, wow. That's awful. Yeah, I guess I didn't really think about all the ways that this, like, franchise is the perfect target for some gross games as a service, microtransaction bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, FOMO sounds awful in a game like this. Start turning way earlier there. That wasn't great. That turn I do not have any command over. What year was Gran Turismo 2? That was before the PS2 era or during PS2 era? it's helpful for me to like fill in all the gaps in my knowledge about. Because like before This Name Is Lame started adding racing games as a sub-block of the voting system, basically every racing game that wasn't Mario Kart kind of existed in the same portion of my mind palace. I understand now that like Burnout and Forza and Midnight Club are all like super different games. Base content in Horizon 4 and 5 is incomplete shit. Really have enough to do one more race here. Guy looks like a dopey bear. I like this guy. Oh, it's a fucking Beamer though. I have no opinions about car manufacturers, but I don't think I like BMWs. Reasons I can't articulate. I like the face on this one. The guy in the bottom is like kind of angry. Just ignore the headlights. This fella is delighted. He's got like a clown nose. It's kind of hard to pick between the clown nose and the little angry face. I think this is honestly more striking. Duh. I have like a bare brown color. Go. Okay. If it'll let me upgrade the focus. My first time trying A, I think, so this could be a disaster. Oh, really? Interesting. Late afternoon, 72 degrees. Okay. Well, I maxed out on 2 like instantly. So second gear, my new first gear, basically. Not a great start, not a great start. That was rude, dude. Ma'am. What's the little, like, drill-looking thing that I broke there? Oops. Every time that little flame jet comes out of my exhaust, I'm like, oh god. Like, I'm gonna go to jail. Oh, the red window is much tighter now. Look in the top right. It's got diagonal lines on it. Looks like a drill. So the suspension, from my perspective as a layperson driver, is the thing that makes it so when you like drive over a bump, the car doesn't bounce up and down horribly and like give you whiplash. But like, what is its purpose in racing when there's not human beings with comfort that you give a shit about? In a video game, I mean. Does it like make the frame drag on the road or something? Okay, I see. I also have something in yellow right now near the wheel in the top left. What's that? That's not the tire. Brake. What could have damaged the brake? Is it just incidental damage from bumping into somebody, or could it have been from my own braking? Okay, so the RPMs are doing something weird. I don't know if I can articulate it. Let's see if I can describe it when it happens next time, so y'all can explain mechanically what's happening. All damages from collisions. Yeah, right there, it's like jittering when it does traction control. So is that suggesting that if I were playing this without traction control, I'd really having to be careful to not hold down the gas there every time I see a jitter? I'm just trying to learn those lessons before I turn that off. That'll probably be what I turn off next stream. Or like the wheels are spinning, but not gripping the road, essentially. Oh, Godspeed, sir. More powers, they're more prone to wheel spin. Okay, I see. Okay, I think that's an easy way to do it, is, and probably a good content plan for a stream, of try the new difficulty setting on whatever class I was previously on, get my shit wrecked, drop it down to E, learn what I'm doing, build my way back up to the one I was at before. Oh shit, wrong button press. And I can probably go back to World Tour next time, question mark. Or I could do all the World Tour at the end. I guess it doesn't really matter. Every time that exhaust thing happens, I'm like, God in heaven exists and he saw that and he's going to send me straight to hell for it. It has to be against God's law. And that's what he's to punish me for. I'm guessing that like racing fans are like, fuck yeah, every time that happens, and I'm like, oh God, I've sinned. against society and nature. Ugh. My fork focus isn't supposed to do that. It's really distressing. I'm not just kidding. I'm like kind of kidding, but I'm also completely serious. This game doesn't give me a ton of feedback, so every time I see that happen, I'm like, oh fuck, what'd I do? The meme of the guy like playing the trombone at the lady, but it's a Ford Fiesta backfiring at me on the street. Okay. Well, I'm pretty worried about the traction control thing. It seems like that's constantly kicking in, and I have zero intuition for letting off the right trigger. I think that's going to be a nightmare. So yeah, future Marstead next stream, start with everything you have right now on an A-class Ford Fiesta somewhere. Maybe in this mission in one of the races you haven't done. Do 1 or 2 races and then turn off traction control, fuck it up really bad, and then drop back down to E-class and see if you can manage it.